Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Deep stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Hammers bullet, the Canterbury Invader takes the 63rd renewal of Manitoba. They're a long way from home, baby. Beluga Ball proves it's no fluke. He's back on track. He destroys them in the 64th renewal of Manitoba Lottery. Narco, but Assembly Hall is going to get it done in the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Second, strides, Street Prancer coming to the wire. It's gonna take the Manitoba. One more try. Flashy Jewel is gonna hang on. But it's inside straight. He's gonna do it in here. Escape quad trying to battle back, but Pineapple is the 16th Sky Promise is gonna take in the Derby. Oil money, he can't go around it. It's the unusual Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. Princess bearing fire outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 9 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Chavian Chow was. He had 2 winners, as did Sheldon Chickeness, as he had 2 winners, teaming up with Steve Keplin Jr. So the jockey standings tightening up with Jorge Carreño still on top with 9. Chavian Chow moves into second with 7. 6 for Praven Badri and Stanley Chady Jr. Ronaldo Cumberbatch with 5. Jerry Gorno still on top. On the trainers' side with Michael Nault right behind him, who had a win last night. And then 3 other trainers tied with 4. Shelley Brown, Tom Gardaby Jr., and Marvin Buffalo. Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack yesterday?
Yeah, it was interesting, kind of looking back and watching some replays and looking at charts. 5 of 7 winners were no worse than second early. They were right on the lead, pressing or right there. But the interesting part I found is many of the second and third place horses came from the back and closed late. So it's very interesting. The chasers seems to be the one that's where you didn't want to be. It seemed maybe there was a bit of mud. I know they didn't call it muddy, but something maybe to kick back or something, or just got them tired, and it kind of set it up for the closers. Interesting, on the Monday show, I mentioned about kind of comparing times and saying that the last Monday was quite fast. Well, this Monday was quite slow. In fact, with the variance, it was as many as 5 lengths slower in comparison. Many of the par times, none of the horses reached. So you're going to have to adjust from the 13th to the 20th. Big difference. Don't compare times thinking that the 13th, they went so much faster when there were some nice performances on the 20th and might get overlooked. And, well, we'll help you along the way. But if you missed the show, but why would you want to miss the show, Kirt? But that's something to find that value in there. Great way to finish off the card tonight, too. 2 quality fields, including the free press. But, Kirt?
Yeah, great stake race yesterday. The Golden Boy on the road to the Manitoba Derby and Brody Streak. Wow, what a great race. Stalking a 3-horse duel. That was one of the horses that came off the pace, but wasn't too far off. It sat about 3 lengths off and then swooped on by and carried on for that really nice win. And Demi Kwando came from the back to run a good second in there. So we're getting excited about the Derby after that one. We got the older horses battling it out in the last. Let's kick it off in race number 1, a $10,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers, they're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Stretch, who do you have in the opener?
Yeah, I think we got a bit of a match race in here between the 3 and the 4. I lean to the 3 only because she's had a start over the track. Makes a drop in class, but not claiming. This is such a great angle, great spot for what the trainer has done. Still getting it for 10,000, but it's a non-3 in here, so it is a drop in class. So great move there. I think the horse can stalk and make that first move on some of the other speed, and that might be enough to win it. Like I said, 4 could have been my top pick. I just thought the horse hasn't had a race over the track. Could be a little bit farther back, so. If the 3 gets the jump, that could be the difference here. And then for me, it's kind of a drop off for the 3rd pick. I took the 1, also a drop. Unfortunately, it hasn't won in 2 years, so I think this horse is more of a 3rd place horse. So I'll call it 3-4-1.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. I like 3 and 4 in here. What up now? JT, the 3 horse, had to chase after Kate's Princess, who was absolute loose speed in there that day, and they weren't going to catch her when she is loose. And ran a good race, beaten 6 3/4 against multiple winners. Now going back into this non-3. Number 4, Spy a Star, will not run on Lasix. As you see, almost all 98% of the Tom Gardapi horses do not run on Lasix. Spy a Star, this horse has been running really well down at Will Rogers and Fairgrounds previous to that. Yes, has 2nd and 3rd place finishes, but has come with a run every single time. That's what I like about this horse, and that it is going 6 furlongs. The other Will Rogers horse that he did have, well, that was a really nice one in Brody Streak, so this could follow in the footsteps in this non-3 lifer. But I'm with Stretch, those 2, and I threw in number 5, Little Miss Zach. I think she'll have the lead quite easily in here. Question mark, Can she go all the way? She did win her first 2 starts of last year, but the first time was against real easy company. Tougher company the second time, but this isn't an easy race. Little Miss Zach will really have to show a lot in here to do it first time out, going 6 furlongs. So I think she's going to tire, and she rounds out my top 3, 4, 3, and 5. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, the CTHS Sophomore Special and Allowance Race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred 3-year-olds. Stretch, interesting race.
It's funny. That's exactly what I got in my notes. I called it an interesting race, only 5, but I'm looking forward to this race for sure. I've landed on the 3. I think that this horse could be anything. That first race was so impressive to watch. And then I think the horse is probably going to even improve a little bit more. I also like that basically the internal fractions, that middle quarter of the 46 and that is quite a bit faster than the others. And I think that's, if some of them horses are kind of close early, that would be the difference for me, that move to open it up. And so, of course, you can't compare day to day, but when I did the figures and adjusted, it's about 3 lengths faster on the turn. So it's absolutely my top selection. And then 2's my second selection. You certainly can't take anything away from her. She is a filly running against all boys. She's the only one, only filly in the race. But she's 2 for 2. And so she's going to probably improve or grow from her 2-year-old. So she has a chance to even go 3 for 3. We don't know how good she could be in her year. I just like that the 3's had the start. And then the last one, the 4, entered yesterday. Smart move on the kind of the entry scratch. Probably wouldn't have been in the top 4 or 5 in here. So I like the horse where the horse belongs. It depends on what happens with the 2 or 3. If one of them bounces, I think then maybe the 4 can move up to second. But for me, it's 3, 2, 4.
Yeah, Stretch, I got the same 3. Better make that 2. What a great race last time out. Battling with Barely Regal and getting the best of him late down the lane. Daddy's Rare Edition couldn't run him down. And then we seen Barely Regal come back with an impressive win by 5 lengths in the very next start. So that makes Better Make That 2 look even better. Banking on Betty, I expect to show some speed in here. But without the advantage of that start under the belt, I think she's just a tiny bit up against it. But she showed so much talent as a 2-year-old last year. Then she was put away in early August for this year. Comes in with nice works. Would not surprise me if she runs a big race in here and does win it. Michael Nault is off to a great start. And Lucky Chucky, 2 big wins last year. Not the best at company. Last time out was in way too tough in the Lord Balcony. Now gets an easier field, but it really isn't that much easier. Yes, it is against breeds, but the 2 and 3 are going to be tough campaigners. So I have it down to the same ones as Stretch, 3, 2, and 4. Now we're going to carry on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. That pool approaching 100,000. There's 90 in there right now. Expect it to reach about 130,000 in the end today for this $3,500 claimer. For 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers, going 5.5. Looks like a huge chalk in here too.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the horse is probably going to go off at about $2.40, maybe $2.60. I think everybody can read the form why this horse is going to be the favorite. The key here is when the huge figures last time, 5 furlongs absolutely stand out. 5.5 sometimes struggles a little bit, but really the problem is nobody really can make that big enough close to get him. And I think that's the key. He's going to be so far in front, and sure, maybe tiring a little bit, but should get the job done. The next one would be I'm basically looking for an exactor, same numbers as Kirt. Basically, the 2 was running at the 5,000 level last time out or last year, similar to why I've taken some other horses. Nice spot in here. Sets it up to just run for second, not going to be anywhere close, and just inherit there. And then this one horse I'll be waiting for next time. Very nice first out. No chance beating Tis Funny, but probably won't again today. But just kind of watch to see. It's probably battling 2 and 1 for second and third. So I'll just call it 4-2-1.
Yeah, I was really impressed the way Tis Funny ran. Usually gets tired coming in between the 8th pole and the 16th pole. but there was no tiredness in sight in that first start. It was Antonio Whitehall looking around saying, where is everybody? I got a pile of horse. And he geared the horse down coming into the wire, so he had lots left in the end. The extra half a furlong does not bother me. By the way, Tis Funny ran in that first start, a duplicate effort, another big win. I like Plum Lucky as the rallier, rallied against a loose speed horse, Dazzling Mischief, who dropped in from the first level allowance and easily won. So Plum Lucky is kind of a stalker in here. We'll be sitting closer than Yodeler's Way, who's my third selection. That's why I did pick him second. You want a long shot in here? Look at number 6, Wits Coco. Mike Taphorn has had all his horses ready so far early in the year. And Wits Coco ran some dynamite races last year. A couple real surprising ones. Even that route race, that allowance non-2 fooled me in stretch as the horse ended up going wire to wire. There isn't a lot of other speed in here, so Wits Coco might be the one chasing Tis Funny from about 6 lengths out of it, not head and head by any stretch. But this is a good one, maybe just to throw in to get a piece. I'm with Stretch, 4, 2, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year, going 5.5. Stretch, what about this one?
Here we go. We're landed on the same filly or mare in here, and that's Sizzle and Susie. This horse, you have to watch the replay. The horse can show more speed, but for whatever reason, the jockey Sheldon decided to take this horse back. But I didn't mind that we had Truly and Terrific, who was an absolute speedball for this level, and I like that they tried something that made a nice move on the turn, got up to Truly and Terrific, and kept coming. And actually, about the 16th pole, you weren't sure if Susie was actually going to beat Truly Terrific, and then got tired a little bit late. But for me, my top selection, kind of very versatile. We'll see how the horse breaks, but if the horse doesn't break sharp, that's okay. We've seen the horse can come off the pace. I'm going to go to the 5 as let's go to the 2 as my second choice. As you can see, I'm kind of flip-flopping between the 5 and the 2. So I will go to the 5, and the reason is because showed a little more pace last time than usual, and I think that's a nice thing that, again, won't get too far back, sets it up, at least did some work. And I always like to see when horses have done something in a race rather than just sit back and save ground. So that's why I moved the 5 up, the 5 up a little bit. And again, the 2 would be the other one that just is kind of running it in there. Was wide, but doesn't really have that big kick. So I certainly can't take the 2 over the 1, that's for sure. I'm going to call it 125, 152. Kurt?
Yeah, Stretch. I got the same 3 horses. 3, 4, and 6 are all ralliers in here. They like to sit well back. Valente's the only one that might be able to show a little bit of speed. Sizzle and Susie today, I think she will show speed. Sheldon Chickeness had 2 wins last night, and both of them were sending the horses to the front and securing the rail. And I think that's the key for Sizzle and Susie. She will get the rail. And Sheldon Chickeness riding well right now. He's starting to remount the wins after a little bit of a slow start. But expect Sizzle and Susie to show speed. And if she gets out all alone, he'll just gear her down and wait for him to come to him and re-break. But that last race was just phenomenal. And I expect her to run the same kind of race. So she's the one to beat. Number 5, Divine Ride, runs well each and every time. A 3-time winner last year and fits the non-winners of the year condition. Kind of used up on the front end early for about 3/8 of a mile before faltering, but didn't falter by that much. So I expect a little bit of speed and chasing around. And True Kate, I expect to sit 3rd. And I think that all 3 of them just run around the track together. So that's why I took 1, 5, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5. Another Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred race for maiden fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Stretch. Wow. Who's the winner?
Yeah, so
there is one in here.
There is a winner. There is absolutely a winner. Here is a great example of understanding favorites. So some people refuse to bet favorites, and some, will bet some favorites. I will bet a favorite if I think there's value. Now, I do have the 7 as my top selection. The 7 will be the favorite. This favorite is very different than Tis Funny is in the 3rd. And so that's where you kind of have to compare. I don't trust this favorite, but I don't really trust anybody. So it's kind of a process of elimination that who could keep crossing them out, and then who am I left with? And I was left with the 7. There is a couple good angles here. It's of course it's the popular maiden special weight dropping to a claimer. That's always a good sign because at least there was some hope for this. They really like the horse, at least thinking that the horse can run. So there is some speed in here. It's just a matter, can the horse get the distance? That's the big concern. And then I went to the 5. Yes, a 5-year-old mare. I don't like when they haven't broken their maiden, but you're running against some 3-year-old fillies in here, and that might just be enough. This horse can just run its very even paced and just inherit the 2nd or 3rd spot, or maybe even inherit the win if the 7 just can't get the distance. And then, of course, based on elimination and some of them maybe not up to par yet or ready to improve, I went to the 1. Steady works, not overly fast, but looks like the horse is spotted in the right spot. It's Kirt's top selection, and I'll let him take the credit on this one. But I always am hesitant when their first start is in for 5. So I'll call it 7-5-1.
Yeah, what I see in here is an edge. And the edge is hit a really soft field, and Shecky Boo is going to hit that in here. There's really not a big favorite. Yes, no surprise is going to take money, but it's not one that you can trust. The one time it was in for a tag, that was last year, and that was only a 4-horse field and ended up running 4th, even though it took all the money on the board. But Shecky Boo, I really like the workout pattern on this one. The half mile in 50 and 3, then they go 5/8 of a mile in 104. Then they have the gate work, a nice 50 and 2 out of Going Commando, a champion sire here in Manitoba. This is one of the last ones we will see. Draws inside, and Carl Anderson can get a horse ready to go first time out, and that's what I'm banking on. So that's why I took Shecky Boo. Wire me the money. Started off in some real tough spots early on, then hit the softer ones, but just couldn't get there for the win. I backed it in both those starts where it ran 2nd and 3rd. Just couldn't get it done, but it doesn't have a lot of early speed, but it does have a lot of talent, so I expect it to be a late rallier. I took no surprise for 3rd because it is that allowance dropper with some speed. And number 2, Yankee Cat. This one's out of True Sense, Yankee Candy. And Yankee Candies, what they throw is speed. The only thing I don't like, just 2 workouts, a 3 furlongs and a half a mile. I would have liked to see a little more. This horse might show speed, make the front end, but I just can't see it carrying the 5.5 furlongs. So I'm 1-5-7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, another wide open one.
It is wide open. Solid 2 races to close out the card. Really looking forward to these ones too. Very competitive in here. Many can win it. You'll see in my sequence bets that I have a bunch of horses. Not quite all this time, but I've got a bunch. I've landed on the 3 as my top selection. Won 5 of 9 last year. And didn't win last time out, so the horse just wins. Did close some ground last time. I'm going to give the horse another chance. I'm just saying it needed one. 5 furlongs for Marky Well is, it probably needs more, and that's why. So now we're going all the way to 6. I think that's a big advantage there. Does need a bit of an early pace battle. There's not a lot of speed, so that's a little bit of concern in there. I just don't know if somebody is going to get loose in here, but I'll put 3 as my top selection. The 8 is going to be my second selection. Didn't fire last time, but there's some solid efforts in there that Turf Paradise, it makes a reason why I've got to go back to this horse. Gets that first start over the track. I think the horse is now going to, or should improve from that. So those back figures are too good to overlook. And then I'll go with the 7 as my third one. It's a Woodbine horse. Needed the start. Expecting improvement again. Basically, in there for, like I said, a wide open. There's figures in there the horse can win. Just has to translate to the dirt. So I'll go 3-8-7.
Yeah, I'm with you on Marquee Well as a top 2 choice in here. Had a terrible break out of the gate and came running down the lane. The Ralliers did run 1-2 in that race, but Marquis Well just, as Stretch said, 5 furlongs. I don't think that's his best distance. Gets an extra furlong today and hits a softer field than it hit last time out. There is only one other horse that I think has good speed in here. Strider's Ring has a bit if it wants to use it. With the tongue tie on today, might show more. But what I do know is number 2, Dazzling Mischief, will show speed. Did it at this level 2 outs ago. Dropped to the 3,500. Made quick work of those, easily drawing off to win by 5.5 lengths. Is the inside of the speed in here, and I think that could be very valuable. Ronaldo Cumberbatch hops on. If he gets a first quarter in, say, 24 seconds, this race could be over because Marquis Well just is going to rally from off the pace. Just might not be able to get there. So I got it with 2-3, and I threw in the 8 Camino de Estrella because Steve Kepplin Jr. and Sheldon Chickeness, both of them hooked up last night for 2 wins. So you got a hot trainer and jockey jumping together one more time. Last time was a decent effort. That was going 7 furlongs. But now with the cutback, I think hits a softer field in here. And it also has the good shot. So I'm 2, 3, and 8. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, our featured race on the card. The 60-second running of the Free Press Stakes for older boys. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. Scratch number 1, It's That Time, and number 8, Eddie Forever. You'll see both of those horse in a second level allowance tomorrow. Stretch, what about this one?
Yeah, I always remember Free Press basically cutting the coupons out of the newspaper and bringing in and getting the coupons for the program. So that always kind of rings a bell on that. It's a wide open race, but I actually do like a horse quite a bit in here. Many can win it, but just really handicapping this race, watching the replays, for me, the 3's kind of jumped off the page at me. Very impressed with that first out. I didn't like him that much in that race and almost won. Probably ran the best race in there and didn't win the race. This horse was wide throughout. Obviously needed a race. I did like that last 50 yards. Still trying to keep coming on the winner in that race, and so refused to almost lose. Yes, the horse did lose, but that just showed me how game he is. Adds a nice 5 furlong work, makes him even sharper tonight. I think can stalk and then press and take over. So for me, it is my top selection, one of the better plays, I think, and I think I'm going to get some nice value on that. I am going to go back to the winner of the Nifty, and that's the 9. Did put all the speed away and then hung on. Was also off a bit of a layoff. But what I also do like about this horse, very competitive. Literally battles every step of the way. 5 of 6 races have just been solid. There's no reason the horse cannot win again. And so you don't want to leave the horse out. But like I said, I'm thinking it's going to turn the tables. And then the last one is the 5. Best races, yes, are on the turf, which worry me. If this was on the turf, we'd have to run in the infield in here for that one, but would be my top selection. So I can only put the horse in third or second because of the top races. The dirt races are okay. I think the figures do put the horse there. The 3, I think, has to regress to lose this one. So I'm going to go 3-9-5.
Yeah, I'm with you, Stretch. Real Grace, what a bang-up race last time out. 4 wide every step of the way, and like you said, kept coming at the end, refused to give up against a race-fit horse. And if Real Grace shows that same race today and shows that little bit of speed that it showed, draws inside, which will be a huge advantage, I think Real Grace is one of the big ones to beat. I also like number 5, Black Ops. Good race last time out. Unfortunately, was at the back of the field, and you don't want to be there at Century Mile. Was beaten by a really good one in War Giants, who's a really nice one that runs fresh out there, wins a lot of races early at the high allowance and stake caliber horses. So Black Ops comes here now, has a little bit of tactical speed, did show it at Turf Paradise. This is another one that will be forward in the race, and I think I'll like our racetrack. And number 6, Mr. Dazzle, a really good long shot. This horse surprised me a little bit more than Real Grace did in that race, as it was sitting back in 4th and rallied to be a very solid 3rd beaten a length. I've been saying Mike Taphorn has his horses ready. If this horse moves forward off that race, he's a horse that likes to stalk and run at him, gets a little bit more ground today. There really isn't a lot of closers in here. So if a bunch of them want to go out and battle, Mr. Dazzle might be the one that just sits back, watches the action, and swoops them all late. But I'm taking 3, 5, and 6. Good luck with all your wagers this evening, and I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Card of Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Card of Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, there is just the lone overweight. And just take note on ASD Live, I said number 4, Spy a Star, will not run on Lasix. In fact, Spy a Star will run on Lasix here in race number 1, so there is no change. Now turning your programs to race number 2, the CTHS Sophomore Special. Again, just a couple overweights, and they're on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 3, the All Saints Kinsman Club Purse, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. That Jackpot Pick 5 carryover is $90,000, and expect that to exceed $130,000 this evening. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, just the lone overweight, and it's on your TV monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, number 5, Wire Me the Money. The ownership should read Marion Johnston, Connie Clausen, and Leona Stahl. Number 7, No Surprise. The owner should read Jennifer Taranjo. So once again, in race number 5, number 5, Wire Me the Money. The owners, Marion Johnston, Connie Clausen, and Leona Stahl. Number 7, No Surprise. The owner, Jennifer Taranjo. Now turning your programs to race number 6. In race 6, number 7, Yola. The ownership should read Windancer Stable and Bill Michael. That's race number 6, number 7, Yola. The owners, Windancer Stable and Bill Michael. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our featured race on the card, the 62nd running of the Free Press Stakes. Scratch number 1, It's That Time. And scratch number 8, Eddie Forever. That's in race number 7, the Free Press Stakes. Scratch the 1. It's that time. And number 8, Eddie Forever, the carryover in the jackpot high 5, just under $10,000. Well, it's turned out to be a nice evening here in Winnipeg. Did have a lot of rain in the morning and through the afternoon. But the temperature right now, oh, we're popping up on there somewhere. 17 degrees Celsius or 63 Fahrenheit stretch. I look like your nose.
Yeah, and I refuse to go away. Like I keep, there's clouds and then there's a sun. Refuse to leave so you can see
All
stretch.
right, you're like a bad axe. Under partly cloudy skies, the track condition currently listed as muddy. A muddy racetrack to start out the card. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 19 minutes. And thank you for joining us this evening. Be sure to play Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the jackpot ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw takes place at about 9:30 and the current jackpot is over $1,000. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, you'll get 100. Some conditions do apply. Have a great night of racing and good luck with your Chase the Ace tickets. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1. We're kicking off the Tuesday night card of racing with a $10,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go the 6 furlong distance. Stretch, what do you got?
All right, I've got it down to 2 horses, and actually my selection is going off at a great price. I'd like to book that at 9-2. The horse is coming from Golden Gate. Wendy Anderson's had big success coming from bringing the horses from Golden Gate. Horse was probably just a little bit too high in the spotting and ran a nice even race against Kate's Princess, winning by 5. She went gate to wire and kind of stole it on them in the front end. This is such a good move. You go from the allowance 10 with a few conditions, but you're not dropping it going from like 10,000 to 5,000. You're still in for 10,000, so you got to spend some money to get this horse if you wanted to claim. So certainly not giving the horse away. And I think just a nice stalking trip. There's a few speed horses, possibly the 2, and then little Miss Zach is probably the most speed. It's going to be catch her if you can, and I think she's going to be close enough that she can. So that's why it's my top pick.
Yeah, I think Little Miss Zach is the one to go out there and control the early fractions. But I went to number 4, Spy a Star. Spy a Star got a win 3 outs ago, winning the non-2 lifetime condition at Fairgrounds, and was in a good stalking role that day. Came back at Fairgrounds in a non-3 and only lost by a length. That day they did claim it, and they jumped it up to 7,500 and took it over to Will Rogers Downs and was bet down heavily. $2.80 on the board. Made a rally, but just couldn't catch the winner. But what I do like is that winner did come back to win its very next start after. So Spy a Star, don't expect it to be on the front, but I don't expect the front end to go on with it and go wire to wire. I think this horse will be rallying hard late and a big chance out of the Tom Gardapi Jr. barn.
Yeah, for sure. I'm between the 3 and the 4, and I agree completely with you. I could easily went 4-3. It's easy for me right now when you're looking at the board at 9-2. I know it's very early, but I don't think there's that big of a difference from these 2 horses. My third selection is the 1, and for me, it's a bit of a drop off to who's going to be third. The horses had the 1 start, was in the same race as the 3. It did lose to the 3 by a few lengths, but remember, 1 start, some of them are going to improve quite a bit. Some maybe not quite ready to run their top effort, so there is room for improvement. The horse hasn't won in 2 years, but does have some figures that put the horse in there. Maybe if 3 or 4, one of them falters, it could sneak into for second to complete the exactor. But yeah. Not a winning type, so it can't be a top selection for me.
Yeah, I agree. And number 5, Little Miss Zach, is my third one. She won 3 out of her first 4 races to start off her campaign after being off for 2 years. The first race was an easy one against Manitoba bred non-winners of the year, and obviously North Dakota, South Dakota, Saskatchewan. Then came back in a first level allowance, running against Stevie Mack, who was the huge favorite that day. And she ended up hitting the front end and going on with it. But that was 5 and 5.5. She debuts going 6 furlongs, has a couple good workouts. I expect her to be freewheeling on the front end, but I just don't think she's going to get the 6 furlongs first time out, even though Lise Pruitt's having a great start to the 2022 meet. So I think Little Miss Zach will tire, but still hang around for top 3. What about War Maiden?
Well, the horse has speed, and has been racing at Turf Paradise. It is the bottom level of 3,500, so that kind of worries me a little bit. But the horse does show some speed, and if for whatever reason Little Miss Zach isn't quite ready, we saw Speed doing well yesterday, so I guess there's a chance. I like others, though.
Yeah, War Maiden does get a shadow roll off. It is a minor equipment change, but sometimes just even the minor ones make a big difference. All right, let's go to our bets here in race number 1. Start it off with you, Stretch.
Okay, so we've got I tried a double wheel because I like a horse quite a bit in the next one. I didn't want to miss out. So I'm going to take both horses, 3 and 4. If the 3 wins, it's going to pay that much more. The 4 wins in here, maybe not. So it's called a $15 daily double wheel. 3 and 4 one of them have to win this race and I got the 3 keyed in the second race. You could $30 because I spent it's 2 bets, but if you want to spend $2, $4.
And it looks like the same kind of bet, but I stretched it out. I went a $10 pick 3. I took the 3 and 4 in this race also. Keyed the 3 in the next race, and keyed the 4 Tis Funny in race number 3. A $1 ticket, $2, but I'm going a $10 one, so that costs $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race number 2. Horse on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $11,700. Number 1 is Aramon, owned by Dr. Ross and Brenda McKegg. Trained by Carl Anderson with Chavin Chow. Number 2 is War Maiden, owned and trained by Bill Mooney. Ronald Alley in the saddle. Number 3 is What Up Now JT, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Leroy Nelson. Number 4 is Spy a Star, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 5, Little Miss Zach, owned by Darren J. and Stephanie Nieswag, trained by Lise Frutt with Stanley Shady Jr. Post time for race number 1 in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right, fillies and mares going 6 furlongs, non-winners of 3 lifetime. Public's kind of got it to 3 horses in here. I've got it down to the 2 horses, 3 and 4. I landed on the 3 as my top selection, simply because the horses had a race over the track, ran a nice race, basically in the stalking spot, drops in class. It's a sneaky drop. I think chases the 2 and the 5 around the track, makes the first move. 4's going to come late, so I'm going to call it 3-4-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I have it down to a 2-horse race, but I'm going the other way. I went to number 4, Spy a Star. I really like the way this horse has been running all year long. 4 starts, and has hit the board in all of them with a win, 2 seconds, and a third. Spy a Star was defeated last time out, but to a horse that came back to win its very next start. This horse will be sitting mid-pack in here, probably 3rd or 4th, and making a late charge. I like 4 and 3. Good luck here in race 1. Roman will be the first one to take her position. War Maiden steps up. And in. From the middle, the co-favorite at 9-5. What up now, JT? Just 2 left to load. The other co-favorite, number 4, Spy a Star. And just waiting on Little Miss Zach to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. Spy a Star, a little fractious. And they're off. From the middle, that's What Up Now, JT away well with Little Miss Zach taking over as the early leader. As they go on to the main track, Little Miss Zach has by length and a half. What Up Now, JT in second. Aramon hugging the rail in third. Moving up on the outside, Spy a Star. 3 lengths off it, the early trailer, War Maiden. The opening quarter, 23-4. Little Miss Zach in control early. What Up Now, JT trying to get closer. A 3-wide bid. Spy a Star is coming up with Antonio Whitehall and looking up and gobbling up the ground. Aramon is going to have to look for room as they hit the head of the lane. War Maiden the trailer. The half 47-3, and Little Miss Zach still fighting hard. Aramon coming up the inside to the far outside. Spy a Star at the 16th pole. It's Aramon with the lead and is gonna draw away. Aramon is gonna take the first. Second's gonna go to Little Miss Zach, and third to Spy a Star. Fourth, What Up Now, JT. The stewards have posted number 1, Aramon as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Little Miss Zach. Third to number 4, Spy a Star. And fourth to number 3, What Up Now, JT. They went the opening quarter 23-4. The half 47-3. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 1. That's number 1, Aramon. Aramon is a dark bay or brown mare, 5 years old, by Secret Circle. Out of the mare Colorino by Include. Owned by Dr. Ross and Brenda McKeag. Trained by Carl Anderson. And ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113 and 2. Number 1, Aramon, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Dr. Ross McKeag. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race, the CTHS Sophomore Special. There are no changes. Post time for race number 2 in 17 minutes. As I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which raises money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You can not only win the jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, but you can win $100 if you pick either Joker and are guaranteed $25 for every other card. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. Just a note about smoking, ladies and gentlemen. A City of Winnipeg bylaw requires there's no smoking on the tarmac in front of the grandstand. There are 2 special smoking areas that are available, one south of the tarmac and one north of the tarmac by the paddock. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have the CTHS Manitoba Sophomore Special for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota breds. An allowance race going 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 1. Little Miss Zach tried to steal it. She did get tired, but Aramon comes up the inside, and it looked like What Up Now JT and Spy Star had more horse on the outside, but it was Aramon that took the quick and easy route up the inside and got it done.
Yeah, exactly. We briefly touched on the one as a potential bit of a closer. Hadn't won in a couple of years, but looked good doing it. We'll have to see how the track goes. We haven't really talked about the condition of the track because we really didn't know. We weren't sure what we saw out there. The time wasn't too bad. For this.
13 and 2 for a 6 furlong race.
Yeah,
not
for
bad
sure.
at all.
The horses, some of them have only had 1 or 2 starts, so we'll have to see what happens if the speed carries or not. But
and the track will dry out as their wind is blowing. Sun's out now, so that track I expect to be closer to fast, probably by race 4.
agree with you.
All right, over to race number 2. Hot favorite here at 1-9. Both our selections. Number 3, better make that 2.
Everybody must have listened to ASD Live.
Oh, it could have been. Or just one guy has 1,400 in the pool, 1,200 that he says, I'm putting it on the 3.
I guess we weren't the only ones that saw how good that first race was. Very impressive race. Broke sharply, never looked like it was going to lose. I mentioned on ASD Live the internal times of that 46-1. I like that. That's where he can potentially pull away from them. Any repeat effort, which I think could be even better, watch out. Going to be tough to beat. Went right to the lead, could do the same. It's one of those when you're just much the best, you just kind of end up on the lead. So we can't say for sure it's a total speed horse just yet. It just might be just best.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Number 2, banking on Betty. Expect that 8-1 to go down from there. Undefeated in the 2 starts last year and looked absolutely dynamite in both of them. Comes in with a couple of good workouts, 37-1 breezing in mid-May. And then a week later, a half mile and 48-4. And then a couple of maintenance works after and 52 and 104. Banking on Betty brings speed to the race. Michael Nault, he's having a great year to start off 2022 also. So it looks like banking on Betty, I think she, if she brings a race here, better make that 2. We'll definitely have to step it up.
Yep. Yeah. You like you said, horse hasn't lost. You don't want to take too much away. Like you said, the price is going to change, go down. I think other people will jump on the banking on Betty. Let's go to the 4 horses. Both of our third horse, and this horse has at least had a start. Maybe it wasn't a great start, but that was against Brody Streak. Thank you. That's why you are the announcer, and I just say numbers. Anyway, the tightener's going to help. I do like the workout after that. That's a really good sign to just get the horse even in more shape. Entered in the right spot. Shouldn't have gone in the stake yesterday. Was entered, didn't run. It's a scratch, more of it. It's an entry scratch, so don't take that against the horse. Certainly was fine form. First 2 races, 1 big, smaller fields against kind of the Manitoba breds. The times weren't really fast, but that Mia Bear, that horse can run a little. So, yeah. What about the first? Anything for us on the first-time starter?
Well, Jersey Shadow coming out of the Tiffany Husbands barn, the Mum Summer Shadows, was a solid sprinting mare around here. She was quick, tried to win it on the front end each and every time, but really hasn't been showing that in the mornings. A couple half miles, and they're good in 50-2 and 51-2, and a little bit slower going the 5 furlongs, 104-3 and 103-3. I think Jersey Shadow will need a start as it's testing 3 others that are winners in here and a couple stakes winners in here. So Jersey Shadow, I think we're going to watch one, and see this one go back against maidens.
For sure. And just to quickly mention the 5. Interesting. I think the horse improved. You had that first start, didn't show much, and then the next start a little bit more. And that's what these 2-year-olds do. They improve quite quickly. I don't think the horse can necessarily win it or beat the 3, but I think, yeah, you know, a little more improvement, getting closer, maybe second or third.
Well, I think what's going to happen today is he's the chairman, is going to come off the pace. So banking on Betty, better make that 2. They go bang it out. He's the chairman, was ridden hard to get up there. I think is going to be taken off the pace and trying to pick up pieces in here. So I think this horse does have a top 3 chance. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 2. Stretch.
Well, I'm happy on this bet. You know, we put this before the odds come up, and I'm going to just make it easy. It's $20 exactor, 3-2, whatever your price range is, make that amount and make it an exactor.
Yeah, I'm not really happy with my price at 2-5 right now, but I got 20 to win on the 3. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race 3. Kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horse on the track for race number 2, the CTHS Manitoba Sophomore Special. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $15,000. Number 1 is Jersey Shadow, owned by Starfield Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Banking on Betty, owned by True North Thoroughbreds, trained by Michael Nault with Jorge Carreño. Number 3 is Better Make That 2, owned by Janice Braden, trained by Larry Sizik with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Lucky Chucky, owned by Shelley Brown, Larry Falloon, and Ann Champion, trained by Shelley Brown with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 5, He's the Chairman, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, Ronaldo Cumberbatch in the saddle. The CTHS Manitoba Sophomore Special. Here in race number 2, they go to post in 4 minutes. And in this the second race, we have the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse, and that's number 2, Banking on Betty. Banking on Betty, the HBPA Manitoba Best Turned Out Horse, here in race number 2. And ladies and gentlemen, in this second race, the track has now been upgraded to good. The track condition now upgraded to good.
It's now 2 minutes post time at ASD.
All right, Manitoba breds in a nice allowance field, going 5.5 furlongs. 4 boys, 1 girl. I'm going to land on one of the boys here, and that's the 3. Open with a lot of early money. It makes sense. Impressive first start, lifetime. I think if this horse can improve a little bit, could be even better. We might have a solid superstar here for a Manitoba bred with the 3. That's why it's my top pick. The 2 horse is not lost, but it's the first start of the year. Never know, could improve as a 3-year-old. So I'm going to make it 3, 2, and 4. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. I'd like that race, but I better make that 2. That was a hard-fought battle, drawing off to win it. Banking on Betty, the lone filly, undefeated in 2 starts. She also has good early speed, but this is going to be a test for her, making her first start of the year. And Lucky Chucky for 3rd. Won 2 big last year. Couldn't handle the top open horses, but I'm 3, 2, and 4. Good luck here in race 2. Jersey Shadow, the first time starter, the first to go in. Next up, one of the 3 co-favorites. That's Banking on Betty. Better Make That 2 from the middle goes in. Lucky Chucky will get a little extra help from the gate crew. Great job by the gate crew. Lucky Chucky's now in. Just waiting on He's the Chairman to the outside. They're at the post. And they're off. On the inside, Better Make That 2. Flashes some early speed to the outside with Lucky Chucky. He's the Chairman. 3 wide. Jersey Shadow hugging the rail in 4th. And Banking on Betty after a little bit of a troubled beginning is the early trailer by 6. The opening quarter, 23-2, and Lucky Chucky has the lead by a neck. Coming up the inside, Better Make That 2. He's the Chairman, making a 3 wide bid. 4 more back to Jersey Shadow and starting to roll, Banking on Betty. But it's Better Make That 2 with the lead as they hit the head of the lane. He's the Chairman on the outside, the half 47-4. Better Make That 2 digging in and up by 3 as they hit the 16th pole. He's the Chairman. Good rally for second, but this is Better Make That 2 is easy by 3. He's the Chairman in second. Third's going to go to Lucky Chucky, and 4th to Jersey Shadow. The Stewards opposed to number 3, Better Make That 2, your race winner. Second goes to number 5, He's the Chairman. Third to number 4, Lucky Chucky. And 4th, number 1, Jersey Shadow. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 47-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner of the CTHS Manitoba Sophomore Special, that's number 3, Better Make That 2. Better Make That 2 is a chestnut gelding, 3 years old, by Going Commando, out of the mare Two Dorcas by Two Punch. Owned by Janice Braden, trained by Larry Sizik, and ridden to victory by Stanley Shady Jr. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-2. Number 3, Better Make That 2, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Gene McEwen. Race 2 is official in the upcoming 3rd race. The All Saints Kinsman Club Purse, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. The carryover in the jackpot pick 5 currently sits just over $90,000. Well, are you new to Assiniboia Downs? And check out the 140 VLTs located on the 2nd level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. This is also the first of the 20-cent wager, the Jackpot Pick 5, coming up right here in race 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you'll win the whole jackpot, which is currently just over $90,000. And when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out and the jackpot keeps growing. Post time for race number 3 in 23 minutes. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. We're kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers going the 5.5 furlongs. Well, Stretch, better make that two in a row.
Yeah, race went kind of how we thought, maybe a little pressure early and then open up on the turn and look good doing it. The stretch out wasn't a problem. We also mentioned a bit about how horses can improve, and that extra, the 5 horse did improve.
He's
and
the chairman.
Yeah,
And that was a low exactor, really. Under $10 for a deuce for a horse that hasn't broken its maiden yet, but did run a good race.
Yeah, and we'll make note on banking on Betty. I think broke a little slow.
Trouble out of the gate there, and she tried to make a move, and just there wasn't anything to come back and beat there. So tab her for next time. On to race number 3. Big favorite at 1-5.
Yeah, I think deservingly so. That you're not going to make a bunch on betting this horse to win. Tis Funny is a 5 furlong expert. 5.5 is about her limit, but she looked so good last time at the young age of 9 that you have to, that's my top selection, as is yours. Not a lot. This horse belongs at a slightly higher level. Sneaks in, can't be claimed in this race, so it's a nice spot that Alan Brown's put him in. Should go back to back. It's going to be catch me if you can. It's more of can Tis Funny get that little bit of extra half furlong, and sometimes she does, sometimes she doesn't.
Yeah, well, it was last time out was different than a lot of the other races. Tis Funny's usually a 5,000 wide open horse, and gets to go in at these lower levels. But what I seen last time out was lots in the tank coming down the lane, where usually I'm saying Tis Funny begging for the wire, but that was not the case at all last time out. I think this horse has really found himself as a 9-year-old, and that's why he is 1-5 on the board. I also like number 2, Plum Lucky. I like this horse underneath Dazzling Mischief last time out, because it looks like it's a router, had all those route races behind it, but has done sneakily good sprinting, only 1 win, but a 2nd and 2/3 in 7 tries for a horse that's predominantly running route races. Plum Lucky couldn't beat Dazzling Mischief. That horse was dropping in from the first level allowance down to 3,500. So Plum Lucky will have to run after the speed again and doesn't sit too far away. I think that's your exactor.
Yeah, I agree with you. Again, another horse running higher level and just gets in a little bit lower than normal. My third selection, as yours, is the one. I like that first start out. Yes, it lost to Tis Funny by a bunch, but I just liked the close. I saw something there that said, oh, this horse is going to improve. Enough to improve to beat Tis Funny? Probably not, but who knows, maybe that could be your exactor or one of your Kirt try wheels of, the $10 wheel 4 with 4-2-1 or just a straight to keep it easy. But don't leave the horse out. I think if the 2 falters, maybe the 1 could get there.
Yeah, I agree with that. Another horse to look at, number 6, Wits Coco. Here's a horse that ran 5 times last year, hit the winner's circle twice with a 2nd place finish. And the only 2 bad races, if you want to call them that, Wits Coco stumbled in the first one, and that was a tough 5-on-2 with Harry Keep the Change, Newell, and Pucker. A couple of those were dropping in from the 10,000 on 2 that wasn't going at the time. And the last start of the year battled every step of the way and then ended up tiring to be beaten by 5. Wits Coco, I expect it not to be on anywhere near Tis Funny early. Nobody will, but it might just be by itself in second, playing the chasing role. So if you're looking for an upsetter at a bit of a price, I think Wits Coco could be it to round out your exactors.
Yeah, it depends, if any horses are going to try and just kind of sit
Well, I
back.
don't think anybody
They're
can
not
try
going to
and go
try
after Tis
Correct.
Funny. Even if they do try, they can try as they might. They might want to grab a car off the perimeter highway. That's about the best shot to hook Tis Funny in
For
here.
sure.
But go too hard too early, they're going to be well back in this field.
Exactly. And so you have a couple others in here. The 3 has had a start. You just never know. could improve a little bit as of the 5.
Beaten by Plum Lucky last time, but does have some good rallying form. And this horse kind of chased last time. And that's just not its forte. It's way better coming off the pace. So expect a better race out of the Tom Gardepy Jr. barn. And number 5, Bad News, another late rallier. Wasn't able to rally last time out. Also beaten by Plum Lucky. I think this horse will need one more start before it shows its best.
That's fair. That's fair. Let's get to they say it's over 100,000 already for the pick 5. So here we go.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 3. And of course, we're going after the pick 5. I'm doing a stretch today.
All right. Yes, the 60 cent. Just of note, yesterday somebody was alive and the 8 was closing fast. So I didn't think there was a chance that it could have went yesterday. And sure enough, I'm going to just do a 20 center, take a small chance. If it was a bigger ticket, I wouldn't include the 1 and the 2, but I am. 43.20. I think it's worth a bit of a shot there if I could beat that. And basically the 1, 2, 4 in this leg with the 1 going to take a chance, single the 1, and then 1, 4, 5, and 7, just like Kirt has in the 5th. A bunch of horses in the 6, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8, and then 3, 5, and 6 in the last.
To round it out, free press for 43.20.
You got it.
And myself, I'm doing that 60 cent ticket. I'm keying the 4 Tis Funny in here, taking 1 and 5 in race 4. Race 6, 1, 4, 5, 7. Race 7, just the 2 and 3, and round it out with 3, 5, and 6. In the free press, race number 7, that'll cost you $28.80. Or if you only want to spend $9 and change, then you can just bet a 20 center. Good luck with all your wagers here in race number 3, and we'll see you back for race 4, kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3, the All Saints Kinsman Club Purse. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1 is Yodeler's Way, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Chavi and Chow. Number 2 is Plum Lucky, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Captive Kitten, owned by Hearthstone Stable, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr., with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Tis Funny, owned and trained by Alan Brown, Antonio Whitehall in the saddle. Number 5 is Bad News, owned and trained by Doug Mustard. Sheldon Chickeness gets the call. Rounding out the field is number 6, Wits Coco, owned by Mel Gimus, trained by Mike Tamporn, with Ronald Alley. Jackpot pick 5 wagering here in race number 3, the All Saints Kinsman Club Purse. They'll go to post in 6 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Right, we're going 5.5 furlongs to kick off the jackpot pick 5. There's a big favorite. Some races you just you try to beat them, and then there's others you just jump on board and try to figure another way. 1 to 5 is too low of a price to bet pretty much any horse to win. So I'll give you a horse maybe that can run second, and that's 2, Plum Lucky. Raced at this level last time where all the others have not. A nice first out effort against a horse that's running a class in a tougher spot later in the card. So I've got it a cold exactor of Stone Cold 4-2, but we'll add the 1 for third. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. Tis funny, straight to the front, catch me if you can. Plum Lucky, a good rally against a loose speed horse last time out. I think the value you're going to get outside the 4-2 exactor is if you go after the tractor. I did take the 1, Yodeler's Way, as my third selection. But take a look at number 6, Wits Coco. This one could be ready for a top 3 finish. I'm a stretch, 4-2 here in race 3. Yodeler's Way secures his spot in the starting gate. Next up, Plum Lucky. Captive Kitten goes in. Tis Funny, the overwhelming 1-5 favorite is in. Now just 2 left to load. Bad News. And just waiting on Wits Coco. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the middle, Tis Funny, as expected. Opens up the early lead by a length. Wits Coco to the outside, sitting close right on the flank today. Moving up in between horses, Plum Lucky. Yodeler's Way on the rail with Bad News to the outside, and the early trailer beat Captive Kitten about 8 off of it. The opening quarter, 23-2, and Tis Funny. Loving it on the front by a length. Wits Coco starting to go hard to get up beside Tis Funny. Rallying in between horses, Plum Lucky, Bad News to the outside. Yodeler's Way and Captive Kitten can still see them all. They hit the head of the lane, and the lead for Tis Funny is now a length and a half. Wits Coco not giving up on the outside as they come to the 16th pole. Wits Coco, Tis Funny trying to battle, but Wits Coco is going to take it. Tis Funny second best. Third's going to go to Plum Lucky, and fourth to Yodeler's Way. The stewards are posted number 6, Wits Coco, as your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Tis Funny. Third to the 2, Plum Lucky. And fourth to number 1, Yodeler's Way. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 46-4. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105-3. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A rider's objection here in race number 3. Please hold all tickets. And ladies and gentlemen, Antonio Whitehall aboard number 4, Tis Funny, has claimed interference against number 6, Wits Coco, and jockey Ronald Alley in late stretch. Rider's objection, 4 on 6. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, the All Saints Kinsman Club Purse. That's number 6, Wits Coco. Wits Coco is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by Penton Man, out of the mare Melodic Escapade by Wild Escapade. Owned by Mel Gimas, trained by Mike Taphorn, and ridden to unofficial victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 105 3. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, rider's objection, 4 on 6 in late stretch. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul. 6, 4, 2, 1 will become official. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the objection tape from race number 3. Pay special attention to the horse in yellow on the right. That is number 4, 'Tis Funny. And the horse in black to the outside, number 6, Wits Gatto. This is the South Tower head-on shot. Once again, it's the 4 on 6 late down the lane. And after reviewing the films, no change was warranted. Here's another look at it. Once again, the 4 on the inside, the 6 on the outside. The objection, 4 on 6. That's what the objection was about, and after reviewing the films, again, no change was warranted. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5. Number 5, Wire Me the Money. The owner should read Marion Johnston, Connie Clausen, and Leona Stahl. Number 7, No Surprise. The owner should read Jennifer Taranjo. Turning your programs to race number 6, number 7, Yola. The ownership should read Windancer Stable and Bill Michael. Now turning your programs to race number 7, scratch number 1, It's That Time, and scratch number 8, Eddie Forever. That's race number 7, scratch number 1, It's That Time, and number 8, Eddie Forever. $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 15 minutes. Well, you better hurry. Only 10 minutes left to give yourself a chance to go home with over $1,000 in your pocket if you get drawn to play Chase the Ace and pick the Ace of Diamonds. Get your tickets at guest services in the lobby for just $5 now. And remember, you are helping support Final Furlong that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4. We're kicking off $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year. Again, going 5.5 furlongs stretch. Quick look back at race number 3. Tried to rake Tis Funny this time instead of letting him rattle. Might have been his undoing, but I'm not taking anything away from Wits Coco.
Oh, Wits ran huge. We were mentioning off camera there that that horse surprised us last year at the $49. It suddenly has this big races from and wakes up, and that's what that was. Absolutely, that was a solid effort. I agree with you. Tiz just only knows one gear, and if he doesn't have that closing kick, but still full credit on a great ride on Wits and
Ronald Alley staying close, but 23 and 4 that opening quarter was surprisingly slow. Okay, on to pick 4 time. Who do you like in here?
Okay, I've landed on. Oh, look at this competitive betting race. I landed on the 1 as my top selection. Liked the replay quite a bit. The horse, seemed like it was the choice of the jockey last time to try something a little more different. Now, the horse has come off the pace, but it seemed to be, you know what? Let's make a big move on the turn and press and see what happens. And that's what happened. It was a really good move on the outside to get within close to truly and terrific, who wins a bunch of races at this level. And so similar trip, could stalk, but could go to the lead.
Yeah. Yeah, you never know what Sheldon Chickness is going to do. He did win 2 races yesterday, wire to wire. Divine Ride, well, ran a good race last time, showed speed, but just didn't stick around enough to get a big piece of things, beating 2 lengths of Sizzle and Susie. I think this horse will run better today. Larry Sizik already has a win with Better Make That 2 early on. So Divine Ride, another big player. And what about the 2 True Kate?
I didn't mind True Kate. I like the 1 over the 2 a little bit more. This horse runs evenly. And so the others have to kind of back up, but only 1 start, lightly raced, could improve. That might be the difference to be in there.
Yeah, she definitely fits very well with these. Didn't get beat by much. Well, those are our top 3. Let's go to our wagers here in race 4. Pick 4 time. 40,000 guaranteed. It'll be over that today. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, well, out of the pick 5, I had a few horses and I didn't use the 6, so
you didn't use the one I like.
Yes, I know. Shot. So anyway, here we go. I'm taking another chance in the key here. I'll take 1, 2, and 5 in the first leg, with 1, 4, 5, 7 in the 5th, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8 in the 6th, keying the 3 in the last. That ticket costs $60. If you only want to spend 20, key the 1 like Kirt did in this, and key my 3 in the last.
Yeah, that's a good way to go about that to cheapen it up. I'm going keying the 1 in here, taking the 1, 5, 7 in race 5, race 6, the 2, 3, 5, 7, and then rounding it out in race 7 with 3, 5, 6. A $1 pick 4 will cost you $36. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. Horses are on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Sizzle and Susie, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickadas. Number 2 is True Kate, owned by the estate of Al Daly, trained by Fred Rawson with Chavi Chow. Number 3 is Valente, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Just for Charlotte, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Divine Ride, owned by Janice Braden, trained by Larry Sizik with Leroy Nelson. Rounding out the field is number 6, Barbie's Quest, owned and trained by Marion Johnston with Stanley Chady Jr. $40,000 guaranteed pick 4 pool starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, fillies and mares going 5.5 furlongs. I landed on the favorite in here. I'm not a big fan of even money in this condition, but that last race of the first start of the year just looked so good. Made a really bold move on the outside to get to the horse that was the big favorite. Gave that horse everything she could handle and still was coming at the end. That's my top selection. The 2 and 5 are fighting it for me for second. They're in the same type of level, same race, but I'll give you 1, 2, 5.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on the 1. I think that Sizzle and Susie today is going to try and battle for the early lead and just might get it all alone. And if that does happen, will be tough to beat in here. I think the main dangers are the 2 and 5, but I went to the 5 for my second choice, Divine Ride. Showed speed against Truly and Terrific last time out, and I think cost some positioning and was only beaten by 2 lengths to the 1. If you're looking for an up there, I think it might be the 5 Divine Ride. So I'm taking 1 and 5. Good luck here in race 4.
It's post time.
Sizzlin' Susie, the even money favorite, the first to walk in. Next up, True Kate. Valente set to go in. Just for Charlotte's turn. Quick load, only 2 to go. Divine Ride ready to go in. Now just waiting on Barbie's Quest to the outside. Field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Sizzlin' Susie. From the middle of the track, Valente flashes some early speed with True Kate on the inside. Divine Ride also wants a piece of the front end, and it's going to make it a trio. Barbie's Quest on the outside in fourth, hugging the rail. That's Sizzlin' Susie, and Just for Charlotte is the trailer. But all with them, 3 off the early lead. The opening quarter, 24-1. And it's True Kate on the inside, battling it out with Valente. These two lengths ahead of Sizzlin' Susie in third. Coming up the rail, Just for Charlotte in fourth to the outside. Barbie's Quest and Divine Ride, the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. And True Kate digging in with Valente on the outside. True Kate running a monster race today, hitting the 16th pole, and is now drawing away on him. It's True Kate. Gonna take it by 3. Valente second best. Third's gonna go to Just for Charlotte, and fourth to Barbie's Quest. The stewards are posted number 2, True Kate, as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Valente. Third to number 4, Just for Charlotte. And fourth, number 6, Barbie's Quest. They went the opening quarter 24-1. The half 48-3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 4, that's number 2, True Kate. True Kate is a Bay filly, 4 years old by True Sense, out of the mare Commando Kate by Going Commando. Owned by Al Daly Estate Stable, trained by Fred Rawson, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-3. Congratulations goes out to jockey Chavi and Chow, who scores the double. 2 wins for jockey Chavi and Chow. And number 2, True Kate, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Al Daly. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Number 5, Wire Me the Money. The owner should read Marion Johnston, Connie Clausen, and Leona Stahl. Number 7, No Surprise, Make the Owner, Jennifer Taranjo. Once again, in this 5th race, number 5, Wire Me the Money, the owner Marion Johnson, Connie Clausen, and Leona Stahl. And number 7, No Surprise, Make the Owner, Jennifer Taranjo. Post time for race number 5, 16 minutes away. Well, be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5, kicking off the late pick 3 with a maiden race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred filly mares 3 and up. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. Look back at race number 4. True Kate, Chavian Chow with his second winner on the card. Right to the front and battled and drew off.
Yeah, a good ride. He's, like you said, he's been riding aggressive, and he took command. One kind of lost all chance at the start, hopping at the start, and then rushed up. You have to see. I'm going to give her one more chance, but full credit to True Kate going basically gate to wire.
Yeah, and even Valente ran a really big effort off the flat one first time out, and Just for Charlotte, our bomber from last year, rallying for third. All right, on to race number 5. Who's your top pick?
Well, it's one of these races that I'm going to give you the top pick, but it's not a confident top pick, and that's the 7, No Surprise. The horse is going to have to see if it can get the 5.5 furlongs. At least the horse has some excuses in the sense of it's running tougher competition. So last start was in maiden special weight with some very good horses at this level, or at the maiden special weight level. It wasn't going to beat them or be that competitive. So some of them in here have been running at the bottoms and haven't really been showing much. So hence, I've got the 7 as my top selection.
Well, yeah, and knowing that Mia Bear came back to win by double digits in her very next start, so No Surprise was in tough. I went to the one Shecky Boo and getting a lot of money on the board early at 9-5 out of our champion sire going commando out of Awfully Blessed. Carl Anderson can really get him ready to go first time out. He had a couple horses that weren't winter raced that won the other day from Woodbine, and both of them were ultra impressive. Shecky Boo, I think what she's going to bring to the race here, probably the inside advantage, and should show a little bit of speed in here. The workouts are average, but a lot of them are, as this is the bottoms, the maiden 5s. I like that gate work in 50 and 2. I also like that it's only going 5.5 furlongs. So I'm going to take a shot on Shecky Boo to get it done, being a first-time starter where a lot of the others have already showed not a lot.
Yes, correct. My second selection is the 5. The main angle here is I think this horse kind of runs evenly. It's an older mare, 5-year-old, where a bunch of them are 3-year-olds. And so at this time of year, basically until August, I think there's a slight advantage of the older horses. Is the 5 that fast? Not really, but nobody's really that fast or finishing. So at least she can finish a little where some of them haven't shown anything of finishing. So it's, like I said, it's wide open for me. The betting board says it too. So 5 is the second choice for me.
Yeah, 5 ran some really good races last year and was kind of over its head in the early ones with Marianda, Reasonable Cause, Crown Royal, G's Poppy's Warrior. Any of those would be 1 to 9 in here. Another first-time starter, number 2, Yankee Cat, sent out by Maria Stanford out of True Sense. The mare, Yankee Candy, she was a horse that liked to win here at Assiniboia Downs and had piles of early speed by Candy Ride. Candy Rides win anywhere in North America. But the only thing I don't like is only 2 works on this horse. 37 and 3 at 3 furlongs, which isn't bad at all. And then 51. I would have liked to see a little more out of this, but this is another 4-year-old in the field and a good looker in the paddock.
Very true. Very true. I'll just add one more quickly here, and that's the 4. The filly has only had 1 lifetime start in special weight. Now drops down. Yes, showed little, but at least started there. And so there's the second start that you'd like to think that they can improve a bit. That's something to consider. 7 to 1 morning line, or 7 to 1 on the odds board right now.
And she does have an older brother that's made over $65,000. That's called the Cops, and didn't show any of her older brother's talent in the first start, but that was made an allowance. Now dropping down to 5. Much easier spot. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 5. Stretch, start us off.
I'm going to just play a pick 3 because I'm confident. I like my key in the last, and I want to make sure I get there. So I'm going to take a $1 pick 3 wheel, 1, 4, 5, 7, with the very safe all in the race 6.
So you got that one.
I feel pretty good about race 6, and then just key the 3 in the last.
And myself, I'm just taking an exactor box here. A $1 one will cost you $6, but I'm going a $3 exactor box, 1, 5, and 7 for 18. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is Shecky Boo, owned by Neil Van Dorp and Carl Anderson, trained by Carl Anderson with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is Yankee Cat, owned by Riley Kling, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. The 3 is Stormy Barbados, owned by 2 Points Ranch, trained by Blair Miller with Dwight Lewis. Number 4 is Spats, owned by Dr. Betty Hughes, trained by Elton Dickey with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Wire Me the Money, owned by Marion Johnston, Connie Clausen, and Leona Stahl, trained by Marion Johnston with Praven Badry. Number 6 is Belby Devil, owned and trained by Donna Johnston, Arthur Badu in the saddle. Running out the field is number 7, No Surprise, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno, with Sheldon Chickenez. Post time for race number 5, 4 minutes away.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
right maidens, horses that have never won a race, going 5.5 furlongs. It's not a top level race in here. I'm going to land on the 7. It's a favorite. A few of the favorites have been beaten today, but this filly is basically dropping from a top level allowance potential stake horses into a claimer race. So that drop alone makes the big difference. Should show some speed because it's got the class, chance to improve. I'm going to have the 7 on top. 5 is kind of the even type, so I'll give you a 7-5-1. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I see it that this isn't the toughest of races, so I'm going to a first-time starter. Number 1, Shecky Boo, by one of the top sires, a champion sire here in Manitoba, going commando out of the mare Awfully Wild, and a good conditioner in Carl Anderson to get horses ready to go first time out. Draws inside, was taking early money, right now at 9-2, and I do like the 5, Wire Me the Money. Tested tough ones early last year, knocking on the door for a win. So I'm taking 1 and 5 here in race 5. And we've drawn our winning ticket in tonight's Ultimate Chase the Ace. That winning ticket number is 0194. That's winning ticket number in Chase the Ace, 0194. You have 5 minutes to go to guest services on the main floor, South End. Jackie Boo, one of the two first-time starters, is first to enter the starting gate. The other first-time starter, Yankee Cat, set to go in. Stormy Barbados will be next. Stormy Barbados getting a little help from the gate crew. And is now in. Next up, Spats. From the middle. Wire me the money. Is now in. The co-favorite at 2-1. 2 left to load. Belby Devil. Wire me the money, Fractious in the starting gate. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch to report in this, the 5th race. Scratch number 5, Wire Me the Money. That's a late scratch to report in this, the 5th race. Scratch number 5, Wire Me the Money. For those of you who bet on number 5, Wire Me the Money, win, play, show, exactor, triactor, or Quinella, there will be a complete refund if you use number 5, Wire Me the Money, in your pick 3s, pick 4s, or pick 5s. The favorite at post time will be substituted. Late scratch here in the 5th. Scratch the 5, Wire Me the Money. The horses will all be unloaded. Approximate post time, 3 minutes away. Great job by the gate crew getting Wire Me the Money out of a tricky situation. The numbers are changed. They're closing the gates. Close time approximately 1 minute away. Belby Devil, the first to enter the starting gate. Without jockey Arthur Badu, once Belby Devil is in, he will climb back aboard. And Belby Devil is in. Next up on the inside will be Shecky Boo. It's now Yankee Cat's turn. Stormy Barbados will be next. Stormy Barbados getting a little help from the gate crew. And just 2 left to load. Spats. Now just waiting on our favorite, No Surprise, to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking awkwardly was Belby Devil. But from the outside, that's No Surprise, showing good early speed with Yankee Cat to the inside. Settled back 2 lengths. That's going to be Spats with Stormy Barbados. Shecky Boo sitting on the rail. And the trailer, Belby Devil, after the poor beginning, is about a dozen off the lead. 23 and 4, the opening quarter, and Yankee Cat pokes a neck in front. Back to second, No Surprise. 3 wide is Spats, biding his time on the rail. Shecky Boo is going to be looking for room. Stormy Barbados and Belby Devil way back, but it's still the leader, Yankee Cat, with Shecky Boo now full of run on the outside. The half 48 and 3. Yankee Cat with the lead by 3. Shecky Boo digging deep. A 16th of a mile to go. Yankee Cat, Shecky Boo, the 2 first-time starters, and Yankee Cat is going to hang on. Shecky Boo is second best. Third's going to go to Spats, close for fourth. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23-4, the half 48-3. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 109-1. The stewards have posted number 2, Yankee Cat, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Shecky Boo. Third to number 4, Spats. And fourth to number 7, No Surprise. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a rider's objection here in race number 5. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 5, that's number 2, Yankee Cat. Yankee Cat is a dark bear brown filly, 4 years old by True Sense, out of the Merry Yankee Candy by Candy Ride. Owned by Riley Kling, trained by Maria Stanford, and ridden unofficial victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 109-1. Number 2, Yankee Cat, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Guy Kling. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a rider's objection here in race 5. Dwight Lewis aboard number 3, Stormy Barbados, has claimed interference against your unofficial winner, number 2, Yankee Cat, and jockey Neville Stevenson. Rider's objection, 3-2. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disallowed the claim of foul. 2, 1, 4, 7 will become official. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race. Number 7, Yola. The ownership should read Wind Dancer Stable and Bill Michael. Once again, in this 6th race, number 7, Yola. The ownership should read Wind Dancer Stable and Bill Michael. Well, Canada Day is coming up soon, and we've got a great event planned. The Canada Day Fireworks and Festival, featuring live entertainment, beer gardens, kids' activities, food trucks, local artisans, and of course, a spectacular fireworks display by Campfire Pyrotechnics. Admission is $10, 5 and under is free. This is one event you won't want to miss. And ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the objection tape from race number 5. Pay special attention to the jockey with the white silks and the jockey with the blue silks. That's the 2 and the 3. This is the side or pan shot. The 3 is in blue, and here comes the 1 in white. And after reviewing the films, the stewards deemed that no change was warranted. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We're kicking off late double wagering with an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Stretch, quick look back at race 5. The 2 first-time starters end up running 1-2. Why couldn't there be one more work on Yankee Cat? And I would have had it, but Shecky Boo ran a huge race.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it threw me too. At I always like a little bit longer works. I think at this point, 2 legs to go. There's a chance that jackpot pick 5 goes based on what's been coming in. The pick 3 paid over $1,000 of that sequence. So
well, getting Tis Funny beaten, and this one was wide open, but the last race getting Sizzle and Susie beat. It's going to be interesting. Okay, on to race number 6. Who do you like?
Okay, so I landed on the 3-horse Marquee Well. The horse was claimer of the year last year, and deservedly so. 5 wins and 9 starts. Last time, yes, it did set up for the closers. I just thought it was too short for this horse, and I think that he sits a little bit closer, makes his patented wide move, certainly can get up. I like that freezing work coming in, which is a good sign. Just needing that one more workout just to help him get in shape. There isn't lots of speed, but I think hopefully there's enough that it sets him up for him to close late.
Yeah, I like him in here too. Not a great break. Show good closing power. Gets a furlong more. But I took number 2, Dazzling Mischief, currently 5-1. Dazzling Mischief was at this same level 2 outs ago and battled 3 wide. And ended up succumbing to that battle, but not that badly, beaten by 7 in the comeback race. So 6 days later, Source hit the front end and absolutely galloped to victory by 5.5. I see other speed in here, but not a pile. Strider's Ring and Yola, they can add some speed to this race. I'm just taking a shot on Dazzling Mischief with the inside post, and I like those 2 on the inside. Who else do you like?
I've got the 8. I liked him last time and didn't fire. Went around the 2 turns. I'm going to throw that race out and look back at a couple of the races at Turf Paradise. A couple solid races in there. Those figures say that the horse can run that much better. Don't like 2-1. I think I need at least 3 or 4-1, just because I am having to throw out a race. So I'm not a big fan of that. But 1 start over the track certainly should improve. 6.5 furlongs. I know we don't run 6.5, but 6 is kind of very similar.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 5, Hazim. A couple really nice workouts. 47-4 on June the 1st, followed up by a 5 furlongs and 1-1-4. Ran against Marquee Well a few times last year and ran behind Marquee Well, but got beat a length, got beat 3 lengths and 2 lengths. So the horse was always in it. If you're looking for a good long shot, 11-1, it's always a good one. What about the 6 Strider's Ring? Gets a tongue tie on.
Well, you made the call on there's not lots of speed, there's some speed. So we have seen horses kind of go all the way around together. Well, that's what this horse certainly could do. I like your horse, the 2, but it certainly can set it up for the 6 if he just stalks, takes over.
And your other horse, Yola?
Yola, sets it up again. I need a bit of a duel. Would get a bigger jump on the 3. Sets it up 7-2. A nice price there. Had the 1 start coming from Woodbine. Sometimes they need the extra start.
And it gets the drop from the 2nd level allowance to the 1st level allowance. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 6. Start us off, Stretch.
Okay, like it's super tough. We've named all the different horses, so I'm kind of uncertain. So I just made an easy $30 place trying to grind a bit of profit for the last race.
And myself, I'm going after the Triactor. I'm taking speed and a closer. Taking 2-3-2-3 with 5-7-8, a $1 wheel, $6. I got a $2 one for 12. Good luck here in race 6. And we'll see you back for race 7, our feature race on the card, the 60-second running of the Free Press Stakes. horses are on the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $14,700. Number 1 is Indian Cross, owned by KBC Racing, trained by Jay Buffalo with Ronald Nally. Number 2 is Dazzling Mischief, owned by B&J Stable, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 3 is Marquee Well, owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 4 is Hoochie Coochie Sam, owned by Dennis and Heather Dorchester, trained by Dennis Dorchester with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Hazim, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Stanley Chady Jr. The 6, Strider's Ring, owned by Just for Kicks Stable, trained by Sean Moran with Antonio Whitehall. Number 7 is Yola, owned by Wind Dancer Stable and Bill Michael, trained by Wendy Anderson with Lionel Camacho Flores. Running out the field is number 8, Camino de Estrella, owned by Droppin' Racing and James Kaplan, trained by Steve Kaplan Jr. with Sheldon Chicken Ass. Post time for race number 6 in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
All right, an allowance optional claimer going 6 furlongs. You want a tricky, tough handicapping race? You got one here, wide open. Take a look at the board. No big favorite. We got co-favorites. I'm going to land to the 3-horse Marquee Well. This horse will be coming off the pace. That's how he runs. Makes a patent and move on the far turn. Needed that last start. I really like that workout coming in. That tells me that that's going to even put him over to the top. Others to consider as the 8 on the outside. Bit of a drop there. And even the 7, Yola's, like I said, wide open, 3-8-7.
Yeah, Stretch. I also like Marquee Well as my rallier, but I took the 2 Dazzling Mischief on top. This horse was at this level 2 outs ago, battling 3 wide. Now will be the inside of the speed, and I don't think there is a pile. I think Strider's Ring, the 6, and the 7 Yola are the only ones that can really pressure Dazzling Mischief. Had that good win for 3,500. Back up here to the first level allowance. I'm 2 and 3 here in race number 6. Indian Cross will be the first one in. Next up, Dazzling Mischief. Marquee Well, the current 5-2 favorite. Locked and loaded. Dazzling Mischief, fractious in the starting 8. Next in, Hoochie Coochie Sam. It's now Hazim's turn. Strider's Ring will be the next to go in. Now just 2 left to load. Yola. And just waiting on Camino de Estrella to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, Dazzling Mischief away well with Hoochie Coochie Sam in between horses to the outside. Strider's Ring. And Dazzling Mischief will be showing the speed with Yola. Making a 3 wide bid. 4 wide, Camino de Estrella. Hugging on the rail, that's Hoochie Coochie Sam. In 5th, another length and a half back to Hazim. Another length to Marquee Well and Indian Cross, the early trailer. Only about 7 off of it. 23-1 in the opening quarter and 3 across the track. As Dazzling Mischief still with the lead by a half a length. Yola now looking Dazzling Mischief in the eye. Camino de Estrella trying to make a bid. 3 wide coming up the rail. Hoochie Coochie Sam, Marquee Well making a bid. 5 wide. They hit the head of the lane and Yola goes by to take the lead. Not giving up Dazzling Mischief. Going at him, Camino de Estrella on the far outside. Marquee Well with the best stride going. Marquee Well is going to go by and win it by a length and a half. Camino de Estrella in second. Third's going to go to Yola. And 4th to Hoochie Coochie Sam. Stewards opposed to number 3, Marquee Well as your race winner. Second goes to number 8, Camino de Estrella. Third to number 7, Yola. And 4th to number 4, Hoochie Coochie Sam. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 46-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 6. That's number 3, Marky Well. Marky Well is a chestnut gelding, 9 years old, by elusive warning, out of the mare Bird in Excess by Bird on the Wire. Owned by Jared Brown and Lucky 8 stable, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:12-1. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. The 62nd running of the Free Press Stakes. Scratch number 1, It's That Time. And scratch number 8, Eddie Forever. Once again, in this 7th race, scratch number 1, It's That Time. And scratch number 8, Eddie Forever. Jackpot High 5 wagering, the carryover, just over $9,000. They'll go to post in 15 minutes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95, as well as half-price appetizers, plus 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7, our featured race on the card. The 62nd running of the Free Press Stakes for older boys, going 6 furlongs. Scratch number 1, it's that time. And scratch number 8, Eddie Forever. Stretch, a look back at race number 6, Marquis Well. Pace battle happened, and Marquis Well mowed him down.
Yeah, nobody gunned for the lead, but there was enough pressure out there that set it up for the closers, and so we got lucky. That's how I kind of saw it, hoping it would turn out, and sure enough, great move, the patent move by Marquis Well on the turn. Take over. Here we go. What a great way to finish off the night in a stake race, setting it up. And I'll start with my top selection. Well, it's both of our top selections, but I'll mention it first. So then, if he wins, I get great pick. Stretch. Anyway, Real Grace ran a huge race first time out. Really impressive. Was out in the 11 hole. Not too many times we have the 11 hole or 11 horses in there, and battled it out 3 to 4 wide the whole time. And as it says in the footnotes, there kept coming. I completely agree with that comment. That last 50 or 60 yards was trying to get to Market King, and I just saw the gameness with Real Grace, and just needed that start. I think if he had that one start, he would have probably won the race. I really like that workout. We saw it in the 6th race. Jared had worked the horse out after a first effort and came back and won. This time, Shelley Brown's doing that. Top selection for me. It's a wide open race, but for me, the 3 kind of jumped off.
Yeah, it did to me too, and I really like that race also. Very game, Real Grace. Always one of the top campaigners here. I didn't think it really liked going the 5 furlongs to 6 furlongs. Definitely more up Real Grace's alley. So if you're going to get 3 to 1, I think those are good odds. Another horse I like in here, number 5, Black Ops, coming by way of Turf Paradise, and recently Century Mile was not going to beat War Giant, who won that race by 3 3/4, but just lost the 3-way photo in there. Black Ops does have some early speed. It showed it in an allowance optional $20,000 claimer at Turf Paradise, where the horse battled early in solid fractions, then tired a little bit to be beaten by 5. That was going 6.5. Should really like this 6 furlongs today. There is other speed with Hallrich Legacy and Real Grace on the inside, maybe St. Louis guy and Market King on the outside, but Black Ops definitely could be a big player.
Oh, for sure. We know that won't be on the lead there. I did go to the 9 horse, ran a game race last time, did duel, is now on the outside. That's going to hurt a little bit. There are 2 scratches, so that moves the horse into, post 7, so that helps a lot.
Except for all 4 speed horses are on the inside.
Fair enough.
Or the horses that could show speed.
Could show speed. But I also think that Market King is not a need-the-lead type. So could sit back. Carino just knows how to rate horses. And so I can't leave that horse out after such a game race and the number of top starts. 5 of the last 6 solid performances.
Yeah, another horse I like in here is Mr. Dazzle. He kind of surprised me first time out in how well he ran. 3rd beat in a length, and he was really close to the pace. That's not always his running style. He likes to sit back and make a later run down the lane, but going the 5 furlongs, he was hustled along by Leroy Nelson, and he was able to stay there to get beaten by that length. There really isn't a solid closer in here, except for Plentiful, who ran a little bit flat first time out. So maybe Mr. Dazzle is the one that can jump up and show that closing run, kind of like Marquis Well did in the last race. But I said Mike Taphorn having a great meet, and he won with Wits Coco at 10 to 1 earlier on in the card. So Mr. Dazzle wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, I know you mentioned about Plentiful, a little flat, but if you look at last year, came into the Free Press and went off at 14 to 1 and finished 3rd. Do I think Plentiful can win this? Maybe not, but at 18 to 1 now, certainly could be part of the trifecta for sure. One thing horse I'll mention is the 2 horse. We don't have the 2 listed in our top 3 picks or the money line, and horse was a 20 to 1 morning line and opened it as the favorite. Now that first race out was impressive off almost 2 years.
from the 2-year-old campaign, but ran against some good company in there.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a big step up, but remember, this horse was in state competition at Gulfstream Park, and it sure didn't win, but was competitive, especially that last race. Interesting to see how he does in here for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We liked this horse first time out, but the question mark was the 2-year layoff. But this horse showed that he was much the best in there, and he was geared down at the end, had lots more in the tank. Takes a huge jump, though. Allowance non-2 lifer in against the big boys now. We're going to see what he's made of, but he definitely crushed that field. What about on St. Louis guy? Ran a good race last time.
Yeah, it's one of those efforts that battled up front, dropped back, and came again. Watching the replay, was kind of stuck in between the horses. Was a monster last year. Very competitive here. You can see 3 wins of 7 starts at ASD. Actually, 3 of 6 last year. I don't know how he's going to run. Is how I kind of think. Where do you think he's going to be?
I think he's going to be forward in the race, sitting in the top 3 or 4. But he gets the services of Chavi and Chow, who's been red hot the last 2 days, 2 wins each day. And Warriors Map, the one we haven't talked about on the far outside. This horse just didn't get going as the favorite last time out. Chavi and Chow goes to St. Louis guy. Now Siobhan Bell on Warriors Map. I think this horse wants to go farther.
I agree. Again watched this race, and the horse was starting to close a little bit, but I think watch out when this horse goes 2 turns.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 7. Stretch. Woo! Straight to the win.
Straight to the win. Now it says 40 to win. I won the last race on my place, turned it into $55. It's a setup for tomorrow, our Wednesday parlay show parlay day. Beth, we need a change. Let's up it. I like this horse so much. Up to the $55.
Stretch change. Imagine that.
Yeah, stretch change alert to 55 to win on the 3 because I have a little extra change in my pocket.
And myself, I went for car change after the last race. I'm just going a $2 exactor box, 3, 5, and 6 for $12. If you want to bet $1, it's $6. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. Assiniboia Downs is proud to present our featured race here in race number 7. It's a 60-second running of the Free Press Stakes. They're going to go 6 furlongs. for $35,000. Number 1, It's That Time, was scratched. Number 2 is Hallrich Legacy, owned by Jam Down Stable and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Praven Badri. Number 3 is Real Grace, owned by Gene McEwen and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Plentiful, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 5 is Black Ops, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lee Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. The 6 is Mr. Dazzle, owned by Kyle and Megan Hebert, trained by Mike Taphorn with Leroy Nelson. The 7 is St. Louis Guy, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Chavi and Chow. Number 8, Eddie Forever, was scratched. Number 9 is Market King, owned by Ira Donald and King Couture, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Rounding out the field is number 10, Warriors Map, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Siobhan Bell. Following the running of the Free Press Stakes, representing the Winnipeg Free Press, Jason Bell, sports editor, and Mike McIntyre, sports reporter, will make a trophy presentation to the winning connections. Post time for the Free Press Stakes in 2 minutes.
right, closing the night off in a stake race, going 6 furlongs. Up on the 3-horse, not a big fan of 7 to 5. He just ran such a big race from way outside in the post 11, pressed every step of the way, as game as you get. Gets a nice workout coming in. That's the horse to beat. After that, it becomes wide open. Don't take 3 to 7 to 5. Others to consider. The 9 ran a big race. He'd probably have to stalk to win it. Similar trip. Another long shot is the 5, Kirt, but I've got it 395.
Stretch, I'm with you with number 3, Real Grace. Ran an absolute huge race first time out, but I like a couple long shots underneath. I like number 5, Black Ops. Could be showing a lot of early speed on the inside, coming by way of Century Mile and Turf Paradise. So that horse has a shot. Number 6, Mr. Dazzle. If he's sitting at the back of the field and there's a meltdown, watch for him to fly. Good luck here in the Free Press. Ulrich Legacy, the first one in. Not plentiful, that's going to be Real Grace. The 7-5 favorite goes in. Plentiful will now be next. Black Ops steps up and in. Mr. Dazzle finds his spot. St. Louis guy set to go in. And just 2 left to load. Market King. And just waiting on Warriors map. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off in the 62nd running of the Free Press. From the inside, that's Ulrich Legacy, saying that he wants the early lead and he's going to get it. Real Grace right there in second to the outside. In between horses, St. Louis guy, 3 wide. 4 wide is going to be Market King. Another 3 lengths back, that's Mr. Dazzle with Warriors map to his outside. 4 more back to Plentiful. And the early trailer is going to be Black Ops. They went the opening quarter in a quick 22-4. And Ulrich Legacy with the lead. Market King pulling the trigger. Going right after him in second. Real Grace hugging the rail in third. Looking for his seam. Mr. Dazzle making his way at the leaders from fourth. Market King now takes the lead. Fighting back Ulrich Legacy. Real Grace trying to come up the rail. These 3 nose to nose. Real Grace found the seam and is going to win the 62nd running of the Free Press. Very close for second between Market King, in between horses, Ulrich Legacy, and on the far outside, Mr. Dazzle. Stewart's supposed to number 3, Real Grace, as your race winner. A photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 22-4, the half 45-2. Time for the 6 furlongs, a sizzling 1:11. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold all tickets. A rider's objection here in race number 7. And ladies and gentlemen, that rider's objection. Chavian Chow aboard number 7 St. Louis Guy has claimed interference against number 4 Plentiful and jockey Stanley Chady Jr. Rider's objection. 7 on 4. Results of the photo show number 9 Market King finishing second. Third goes to number 2 Hallridge Legacy. And fourth to number 4 Plentiful. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, rider's objection, 7 on 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of the 62nd running of the Free Press Stakes, that's number 3, Real Grace. Real Grace is a dark bear brown gelding, 5 years old, by Mineshaft, out of the mare True Way of Grace by Yes It's True. Owned by Gene McEwen and Shelley Brown, trained by Shelley Brown, and ridden unofficial victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:11. Assiniboia Downs is very pleased to have on hand, representing the Winnipeg Free Press, Jason Bell, the sports editor, and Mike McIntyre, the sports reporter, here to make its presentation to the Winning Connections. Ladies and gentlemen, after reviewing the films, the stewards have disqualified number 4, Plentiful, for interference with number 7, St. Louis Guy. So the new order of finish will become 3, 9, 2, 6, and 7, and that'll become official. Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to the television monitors is the objection tape from race number 7. It's going to be a tough one with all the yellow, but you're going to look at the one in yellow that's the closest to the rail at the back, and the one that's 4 off the rail in the middle. It was 7 on 4, the objection. You'll see where the 4 comes out right about now and makes contact with number 7, St. Louis Guy. Can we see that one more time? Again, Plentiful is the in yellow at the back on the rail. St. Louis Guy is 4 off the rail in yellow. And Plentiful comes out here, makes contact with number 7, St. Louis Guy, and thus the disqualification. Well, now let's head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour. Beer, wine, and shots, $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes tomorrow at 7:30. See you then. But let's head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour.
Thank you.